lot of these dudes go get on being in the same building with me at the same time. If I go in the building, he walk out. You've never seen us in the same building ever in 25 years. Like, it's like that. Why? Why? Yes. Because I'm really the product. It's not what you think. I am never under the influence of anything. I'm always in my right mind. I'm always a physical specimen. And when you see me, I'm much, much bigger than you had thought. I have far less play in me than you would like. And I'm relentless. I'm out there. I'm still, to this day, I play 11 games of basketball with a 20-year-old. The record is 92-6. This is just in the yard, just to the rack, just cause.
You work out camp, you work out camp.
Not to the gym.
You work at the gym. You push ups, sit ups.
My whole life it was just push ups and sit ups. Only I would do like 100 push ups a day. Just.
I thought you were gonna say 1,000.
No. Because this is literally every day. Right. This is not for the gram. You know what I mean? Like literally 100 a day. And I would do push-ups, and then I tore both my rotator cuffs. And so it was only thanks to golf that I was even able to get my back. I've been a golfer for quite some time. My short game is impeccable. I can't get you but 2 and some change off of the tee, but I'm still coming in for par guaranteed.
You playing for tips?
No. I found that you don't get anything for that. It seems very egomaniacal. They go, hey, cat, for free, you can go further back. Damn, what? Wait, does it still count the same? Hey, I'm up at the ladies' tee. Don't tell me my pronouns. On the golf course, I'm she, her, him, them, and they. Whoever at the front tee.
I know we're joking, we're having a great conversation, but you did win the award. How did the award help your career? It had to help something.
Nope. I didn't remember it happened until you just said it. How can Cedric give you an award that was worth something? Everything Cedric and Ricky Smiley ever been in got canceled for not being funny. Ricky sat here and told you that they cut him out of every movie he did. They always had a reason. Like, that's why I'm funny, because I'm a happy person. I laugh all day long. I can't even imagine. Just to not be good at what you do, not work hard at what you do, but have that like you're the best at what you do. It is crazy. It's crazy.
But every tour, they be doing like another show here.
That's me. I'll run into none of them. That's what I'm saying. If you're a Phase I Love fan, you mean you've been a fan of him for 32 years, you still waiting on him to do his first special? You mean to tell me if Steve Harvey, your favorite comedian, you mean you've been waiting for him to do stand-up for 15 years now?
I mean, Steve kind of holds out of it.
DL's still out there. None of those irons matter to stand up. Who cares that they wrote a black card for you to do Family Feud on? Like, you're successful because we're surprised you can talk for a living and it's entertaining that you can say some funny country things. But not a writer.
Right.
Not a writer.
How did you develop Money Mike Big Kid? I mean, everybody talks about Money Mike. How did you come up with that? You said, you know what? This is how you should dress. This is how you should talk. This is how you should look. This is the kind of whip you should ride. This is how we should talk.
So if you remember that was my first movie, just understand that what I did then, I've done with every single role, whether it was an Emmy-winning role or whether it wasn't, whether I was playing somebody homeless, whether I was playing a dirty vagabond on Atlanta, whether it was an eccentric guy in First Sunday, regardless of what the role is, the first thing I do is erase me from it. So anything that I would naturally do, that's what I'm not doing because I'm playing a different character. person based upon real life circumstances. So I don't have to wonder what a pimp thinks because I've been in that position for a long while. I also worked manual labor for some time in my life, so I don't have a problem paying somebody that works. And I don't have a problem being a go-getter because I'm a go-getter. So I bring whatever I can to these characters. I was able to the first week that I got the script, there was a pimp guy that used to be a pimp, but he wasn't anymore. He was a rapper now, and his name was Mac Minister. And he had been a pimp and was going to be a rapper. And I had never done a movie before. I was a stand-up, and I'm getting ready to do the movie. And so I was able to craft what a real pimp was like, what was too much. I didn't want to be stereotypical.
Right.
I did the research. I saw how many times people played pimps, and it was always something weird about them, I guess, because it's a weird job, you know what I mean? And I wanted somebody that didn't seem like none of that he really thought it was a business and treated it like that. And so, you know, adding those levels to acting is what all actors do if they're not Steve or Cedric or Ricky. Like, you're trying to create a character. You don't get to be phase on in every movie. Like, you're just gonna take your shirt off like every movie. Like, why does it say that in your script?
Let it breathe, cat. Let me breathe. Stop it, man.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers. It's not like it.
No, I ain't got no allegiance to the man. But you gotta admit the role that he played Big Firm and Friday Night. You gotta give him credit for the role. Now, come on now.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If what you're saying is correct, why wasn't he in next Friday or Friday after next?
Look at his role. I mean,
It wasn't good. Sorry.
there was a lot of people that appeared in the first one that weren't in the second one. Yeah.
I'm just telling you why. I'm sorry that it's a news flash that there are reasons for things in a business.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you bitch D'Lo? He had 2 points. What are you talking about? Shut up. But I like it. Nobody cares about that. That's not what we're talking about. These are business conversations that deal with businessmen. Right. When you're good at something, you should progress. The guys that are not as good, they should fall down by the wayside. That's not true.
So you believe if your talent is supported, you should fall by the wayside, and the guys that have the talent to get elevated, they should.
No, that's what Water says. That's what the universe say. The universe say the levels. I say, I'm nobody. But I'm working every day as if I think that's what is how it should be. And I'm choosing comedians that also write and work hard and don't steal other people's material. And I'm making sure that they all make $300,000 a season. And I'm making sure that they're not ever signed to me or my conglomerate. And that's why they're successful. No, you can work with me and still be an independent businessman, boss owner like you came in. I don't need you to be subservient to me. That's those other guys that make you pay dues.
You said earlier that you rewrote a lot of what Money Mike was to say and how he behaved. So they allow you the freedom, the liberty to ad lib. How much?
Would they allow you to just make an interception if nobody talk about it? As a football player, if the ball come your way, can you just grab it? Can you make an interception anytime? Are you allowed to pick up any fumble? You can do any hustle, right? Oh, okay, same here. Same here.
But here's the thing, though. Even as an offensive player, they might let me ad lib once I get a couple of years under my belt. They wouldn't let me ad lib as a rookie. That was your first movie.
I told you the conversation in my first movie just because I am committed to laughs. The only way I made it past those 300 comedians, I didn't tell you this. What it required is I had to watch all 300 comedians 10 times a piece. I watched your set 10 times, you performing whoever you were. And then I counted how many laughs you got every time you did the X amount of minutes. So if you told me this comedian had told me he did 30 minutes, I could tell you that he got 26 laughs in that 30 minutes because I had done the numbers on everybody. So I didn't just say I was funnier. I knew I was funnier than the comic you liked, and I could tell you how many jokes funnier I was because that's how we judge stand-up. You do 15 minutes, I do 15 minutes. How do I know I'm funnier than you? Because you got 6 laughs and I got 16. I'm almost 3 times better than you, low-key, boy. But I'm never going to tell you the formula. So you going to keep just going out there telling jokes. Not understanding that I, psychologically, the audience, by 10 years is convinced that I'm funnier than you. They just don't know why. Because I'm putting out more content better.
I had Terry Crews on here. He said at the time that you did moving, you were homeless. Is that true?
This was my situation. 5 months prior to me getting this first audition for Friday After Next, I got this baby son.
Ready for the next battle.
I'm holding him up above me. He grabs my little chain. He's playing with it, and he accidentally drops it. It breaks out my front 2 teeth. I'm in a situation now where when I go to the dentist, they telling me this will cost thousands of dollars to fix this, right? They're not telling me what it's going to look like. I go get an estimate with no money involved to find out what I need to do. They find out you got a tumor in your upper jaw, so we're going to have to do a whole surgery for you. It's going to be 100 bands. I don't have it. I'm only going to have this check from this movie. So while I'm doing this movie, we live in this trailer. This is where we live. So when they come to work at 5 in the morning, we already there. When they leave at night, we still there. We just double back. Because we understood that this is our one opportunity. And we have this opportunity to change our lives. It's like anything going for the draft. We can actually get in the league with this. There are 30 comedians on this cast. They're all magnificent. This is the holy grail of the situation. So yeah, I was able to make sure that, because it wasn't just my first movie, it was KD Albert's first movie, it was Terry Crews' first movie. I was the leader of this group, which meant that we didn't do their rehearsals, they did rehearsals. We did our own rehearsals daily to make sure that we were at the level of professional actors, which is what made it so egregious. That guy. Say, I was supposed to, you were supposed to what?
Kenny did have a good part in the movie.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Final round. Fight.
And then
벌써 끝이야? 더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Round three. Fight.
Ne le dis pas, mon frère, s'il te plaît.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Pour mon père. Oula. Voilà. Voilà.
てを支配する。
Yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
Power on. Line in mode.
Santa Claus, funny man.
The dude said the entire time we're filming, I can't play this role. They got a bandana over my nose and my mouth. My goodness, I really don't know who this is. So yeah, tell your story. was a movie that had been on my desk, that all I had said was just, can we take some of this step and let your shit out? And then I can do it. Like, it don't need to be overtly homosexual, because I'm not homosexual, right? It doesn't need that to be funny, right? And me saying that and them going, oh yeah, no problem. And then going to give it to this other guy and having him do it just like it was, and acting like I'm a bad person because I keep standing on my standard. But yeah, it's interesting, but I wouldn't change it for the world. Like, again, I'm on the winning side of these decisions.
You know, look, I've had Q, I've talked to Q, and a lot of people say Q don't participate. What's your relationship with Q, and what did that opportunity mean for you?
Well, the ungrateful bastards that would say anything about Q's statement, you shouldn't even talk to them anymore. Like, you don't go to Goodwill, you don't go to a Goodwill thrift store and go, look at all this cheap ass shit. Why don't you shut up? You could have went to her best. Why you didn't go to Balenciaga? Why you didn't get a phone from all night? You want to have that conversation? What you mean the independent black dude who's filming it partly out of his fucking pocket? What you mean he didn't pay you enough? They weirdos. That felt like they earned the opportunity because they were big. No, I understood.
That ain't no $200 million movie, Bobby. How much did you expect you were going to make?
Well, I made enough to get them teeth fixed just like you did. So it was no harm, no foul. I knew that I was going to go from there, and there was no...
You were going to turn it back to Cat Williams.
Well, here's the thing. I wrote it. What I'm saying, you can thank me. I was involved. I'm not going to call later on and tell you that I never even read the whole script. Now you know what wrong. What do you mean you never read the whole script? Like, these guys, the whole job is to present something. And I'm not a presenter. You ask me questions. You've already asked me to write it. I was supposed to have right? And this is what these guys are mad about. Like, we lost some great people for this. Now we're part of this. So, yes, this really needs to be. But we miss each other in a way that can't be. And the Chris Tucker. Yeah, we got down that's Chris Tucker. Not so I didn't know that. I tell you, he's great. I don't care what you say. To be confident and not delusional. Most of these confident people, they see it really does.
You don't think it is? Come back and slip to the center front.
We all agree to that. There's no next Friday without Friday, and there's no Friday after next without Friday. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Chris was allowed to make the decision at the time that this is happening. Cat Williams is known for smoking weed. Willie Nelson known for smoking weed. Snoop for smoking weed. Like all of us is really known except Willie. And I'm saying, Chris Tucker didn't want to be the poster child for smoking weed. He don't smoke weed like that. He had the church. Michael Jackson's best friend. Just go for it. You ever met a man that gave you a little nickname like that? They all covered. Are you kidding? Man, I'm from here.
next battle.
But that's really how it is. I'm so sorry. I'm competitive. You an athlete, right?
Yeah, I can tell.
You understand?
Well, they have another comedy jam. Can that? And today, in 24, 25, 26, could we see that again?
They've already announced it's already going. You didn't know? Yeah, Kevin Hart purchased it, so he's now doing.
Sorry for the cross shot.
That Kevin at the same time that they gave DCM 5 Hollywood Swimmers. Yeah, because they tell you that there's no gatekeepers, but we keep seeing the same people open the gate. And Kevin opened the gate and let Tiffany in. And he now opening it up for them. Don't slip and slip open the gate. What do you mean ain't no gatekeepers? There's 100 gates out here. Everyone I've seen got a keeper.
Would you have wanted to do comedy jam? Would you have wanted to be?
I think we just mentioned identical.
No, I'm saying purchase the rights and refranchise it.
They didn't offer it to me anymore. Like, Comic View did a couple of disservices to comedy as well. So there were people like me that were out there getting 2 and 3 standing ovations in one set. And that wasn't good for television. So what they did was they started making everybody get a standing ovation. So they would tell the audience when they get off stage, everybody get up and cheer. And so now, the fact that I'm the only one out there going to get standing ovation is now making people think everybody get a standing ovation. And that's not how comedy is. So I understood why that couldn't go anymore. Because remember, Ricky Smiley said right here, told you a story about how he performed with Mike Epps and Cat Williams. He did Comic View, but to let him tell it, he was funnier than both. Good? My name lived out. You're talking about the special needs. That's cool.
That was a different time, kid.
No, it wasn't. It was the time I was there.
But I'm saying,
That time, this time, same times.
no, but I'm saying,
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
do you believe you can tell the same jokes today as when you started out? I mean, Eddie Murphy not telling those jokes. Richard Pryor not being able to tell those jokes in 2024 that they told in the 70s and the 80s.
So they wouldn't have told you.
But that's my point.
They're not inferior people. If they were in this time, they will be going according to our time. Just like then, we were going according to that. Like, that's how it is in the world. There are words that we can use for a while. And we use them for a while until somebody says that ain't a good word. We should stop saying it. That don't make people feel good. And we stop saying the word. Now we move on to another word. You can't say the R word. You can certainly say special needs. You can certainly say spectrum. There are things that you can say to get your point that don't have to hurt people. But you would know that if what you did was.
And you know what's funny? Coming back, obviously, you said that coming back in October, and I talked to my agent, and I was like, man, I really can't wait a year, because I think 6 months is just too soon. And plus, I said I also want to come back for this bunch of formal in June and July. And he was like, well, you got to come back in a couple months. So until a lot of your shows are already sold out. And again, I had him about the weather. He said, to bring a stronger coat. And that's another thing that I honestly, I just automatically assumed because it was March, April, and the March going into April, that was spring. I thought it was going to be nice out. It was going to be cold and rainy the entire fucking time. It's spring. I like when people told you it's spring. And you're like, it's not. I had to get long johns. In Europe, I had to find long johns. You gotta go to stores to give you this.
Sounds yeah.
What's the big brand name on? I don't even know the names of this. The camping equipment. Everybody wears North Face. North Face. You gotta get that shit. Again, that is a white product. That in here, black people wear North Face. I didn't ever see a black person wear North Face. You better start looking because everybody's wearing them. Okay. I don't have one piece of North Face, but everybody's wearing them. Let me prescribe. Black folks.
ready for the next battle.
Ich werde meine Mutter rächen.
Oh my god.
Adam is, I don't know how to say it. It sounds like he's king. He's one of our favorite people to ever be in comedy. It's you know, when you said, yeah, there's so many kings. He's one of the kings. He's one of the king dudes, you know, and it's like, yeah, you call your dude. Like last night, I went to Larry David, here on his show, okay? Larry David is a king, right? He called me out of the show. You called me last week, I'm sorry. I believe him. Yeah, he's one of those guys. Yes, he's a king. I'll show up. Right. Yeah, because he's a king to you. Like, yeah, he's a king to you. Would you? No matter what the call, when the call, where the call, here you go. They need you to follow him. No, and then if you stand this rabbit like an athlete, like an athlete that's a king to you. That's like because these are comedians to us that are our like. Yeah, king to me. Yeah, sure.
I would apologize.
Can you be here?
No, I can't. You wouldn't cut bodies for anyone. Yeah.
attitude like anything else. We do. ¿Y qué pasa por él? No. Yeah. Why you doing it? We killed him. How different is he? Like, he run because he's kind of because he's great. I'm watching all the basketball court. I'm like, bro, you out there with a lot of why is he knows something. Yes. Yeah, he knows he's good. Adam is quiet, unassuming, very chill guy. You know, he's nasty. I mean, he's phenomenal. He's nasty at basketball. He's nasty. He's underrated. I think you'll see the close there. He's nasty. He's one of those guys. I don't know if anybody else. I think they have the same. I really don't.
Get ready for the next battle.
It wasn't, dude. Can I get some more water, please? Yeah, I'd like some more water, please. I'd like some more water, please. Thank you. I fucked up my lines. How?
He fucked up his lines.
Because y'all lose y'all Asian community. Y'all eat healthy. Y'all need to drink. That sake. And so y'all. The sake.
Doesn't need help.
And we walk like this. And this is so good for your blood flow. Man, look at this. No pain. Can you do that? No pain.
So ranked attitude-wise, we get ranked on skills and looks. Our skills are quite high, our looks are quite low. So we don't get to decide. They get to pick. So they say, if we want a strange-looking Korean man, let's shoot like a scallop. And a see-through ginger boy in this movie. Yes, I feel we need a copy of the picture. That's what we did. That's even stand-up comics have always done the podcast thing for a long time, and then we started our podcast during COVID. His dad died, and then he relapsed because of his dad's death. And then when he got out, we started the show to help us in the take it. During COVID, we had nothing to do. We just called each other. So it's like we're going to be in a lockdown. Let's just start one. She was there to protect him to make sure he wouldn't go get cigarettes or fast food. And she ended up being on the show. She's the main feature of the show. Yeah. And that spawned the bad game show that we're doing now. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how this works. I've never done this before. My golf stats are the golf. Bowling, golf, darts, I'm an athlete. I'm above masters yet. No. I know your status. I know your status, right? I know who you are. You're gonna be free. I was gonna say that. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say 3 balls, right? Well, let me tell you something right now. Very nice. I will kill you. There's not a chance in hell. Yeah, it's in his movie. Yeah, sneaking around, I can sneak around better than you. Now, I'm understanding. Yeah. Hey, right? No. I am this. Yeah, I'm a sick agent guy. He's going through something. I'm going through something right now, man. All right? Hold on. What I'm saying is that you're not known. I had General Joe shaking the back out. General Souse? Yeah, is that Joe? That's what it's called. We call it General Souse or Joe. It's a Joe. In the black community, it's called General Joe's. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah. Jenny Joe's chicken. Yeah. No, General Souse. No, I had orange chicken too. Yeah. That's my people. What about family friends? What family friends? Can you express as Chinese? Okay, let's see. Yeah. I had that. What are you going to do? Yeah. You can go to Mr. Chow's. You have the money to go to Mr. Chow's. You have Mr. Chow's in the airport. That's That's true. They need it. That's true.
But that,
Wait a minute, time out. Okay, pretends like he goes to the airport.
yeah, you know, real bad. Yes, GSX or private. No, I go right. Really?
That you don't do private every time?
No, hell no. Wow. Is that true?
It's true.
Yeah, we're the producers. Is that true?
That's true.
Oh, I never see you on a plane. I ain't got bread like that. Yeah. Oh, you know, my brother, I ain't got broken money or call or daddy money. I ain't got that kind of money. Oh, okay. When I get that kind of money, you got NFL money. Yeah, but not my you invested in not my current NFL. Oh, yeah, I was 30 years ago. Yeah. Oh, that was different back then. It was very different. Yeah. Like how different though? It's a scorching sports summer and you can make all your picks on prize picks because the NBA and baseball seasons are heating up. Big tennis slam and major golf tournaments on the horizon. You can make your picks for all of these events all summer long on prize picks. The number one sports big app with soccer going on too.
The Mount High is on an all-time high right now. People are insanely hyped for this game. It's ridiculous. So we got some latest information regarding the open beta coming next week. But before I talk about the open beta and what to expect from me during the beta, we are talking DLCs. The complete roster of Mount has been announced. So we should get the review of the DLC characters in the next couple of months. We have some new tournaments coming, including Evo France, Evo Singapore, CEO. So I'm pretty sure that in one of these major tourneys, we will get a review of the DLC characters from Pass 1. Okay, so now I know you guys have probably been seeing a lot of content creators make videos on DLCs coming, and Ken has just because of the hype, the excitement is all over the charts on this game, and it's pretty much fun. Okay, and I'm gonna jump in and have my own list of my most anticipated DLC characters for Pass 1. I'll break this list into 8 different characters that I want, and characters that I feel would fit this game perfectly as well. I want to be raw, you guys, so many different characters. I'll just dumb it down to only 8 potential or possible characters for this Pass 1. Okay, so first character, and this character I have always said is my favorite Marvel character, Marvel hero of all time. This is going to be Doctor Strange. Now, Strange for me, I think, is a character that I personally want because it's my favorite, and I think he's a character we also need and will fit the roster pretty well because we don't really have sorcerers outside of Loki on this roster, but Loki, however, is mostly focused on like traps and gimmicks, at least from the description you read of him. So Strange, in my opinion, would play very differently from how Loki plays. Like Loki is more sorcery and like, you know,
What's up, dudes? Max here, back after, nearly 20 hours of gameplay with the Marvel TOKKEN beta. Got a whole bunch of time, went into the wee hours of the morning, streamed way too much, but at least got a decent amount of impressions of the game, to sort of like figure out how I feel, what's going on, what characters are capable of, and what the game is about. And what I kind of learned is that throughout my session of playing the game, many of the impressions that I had from the very beginning were still sort of the same, where it felt like we kind of like had an idea what the game is, where it's a game that doesn't directly incentivize tagging through, like direct mechanics, there's no health recovery or anything like that.
What?
The
No
game
way.
does seem to heavily emphasize a 1v1 and wants you to play it as a 1v1. However, we always got the feeling from the very beginning that there was going to be much more to this TOKKEN iceberg, where the top of this iceberg pretty much is like a 1v1 game with like Dragon Ball Fighters-ish kind of mechanics. And then if you go several layers deep, which at the time had not been discovered, it gets much crazier and there's a lot more stuff. I feel like I personally got right under the water to start utilizing some characters and tagging in ways that is like kind of about some of the things I really enjoyed. The characters are really damn fun. Dr. Doom was the first one I initially hovered around, and it feels like he's intrinsically sort of difficult as a character. You kind of got to figure out what you want to do with him. His teleport doesn't seem naturally that great. It's the equivalent of an M. Bison teleport in Street Fighter 5 where you dash forward and backwards. But Doom can get some pretty interesting stuff off of this if you start combining assists, like neutral assists, beam assists, and stuff of the like. He absolutely has some fairly challenging combos. I personally found the DP input of the game to be a little weird. I had to really prioritize on the inputs. That down forward was the last input for the Dragon Punch motion to successfully come out, and once I got used to that, it was like not that big of an issue. But Doom has some moves on his DP input that are like, you know, big electricity, and they're really good, so I was trying to do them a lot and getting other stuff, and I was like, this is challenging. But otherwise, I love his combo structure, man. I think his unique attack is one of my favorite unique attacks in the whole game. The Aegis Reflector sort of setup that he has is not only a defensive tool, it's also an offensive tool. It leads to some of the coolest looking combos of the game where you're ping-ponging the enemy between the shield and yourself and picking back up. It's arguably some of my favorite stuff in Tokon right now, so I think I personally like Doom the most. Although, at the moment, I don't feel like he's necessarily great as a character by himself. Next up is Star-Lord, and Star-Lord I put the second amount of time into, of the most time. And yeah, this is just do-it-all guy. Star-Lord is one of the characters you see in the most competitive play right now. He gets access to good damage, he gets access to really easy, really long combos. He gets a whole bunch of, like, utility with all of his moves. His normals are great, his guns are good, he's got okay keep away, and he's got a gimmick that leads to a restand state that allows you to mix people up, like, relatively easy. That's, like, sort of like layer 3 mix in the game right now, and that was really good. He's got like an empty jump, really good low, which is also an easy way to open people up. And his assist is one of the best in the game, although most people will not be using this dude as an assist. Most people are going to be using Star-Lord as like a point character to get to damage, to get to stuff. I really enjoyed his aerial combos because he has this move that is like fire back, punch, or any button in the air, and it brings you back down to the ground to set up for an assist, and it's really easy to do. I feel like a lot of other characters, it can be sort of difficult to figure that out. Doom is one of those where he doesn't have a way to get you back down to the ground super easy, but some characters do, Captain America and Star-Lord, for example. So I think Star-Lord is like one of the most accessible, easy to play, like, get really good reward really quick kind of characters. A lot of assists help him out a lot, and I feel like he's arguably one of the most flashy in the game right now. Very fun. But I like Doom more because he's like harder, and it feels like getting to do the cool Doom stuff isn't as easy, and it feels more rewarding. Next up is Captain America, and Cap feels like the most all-rounder in the game, which is not surprising at all. I had fun with him to a certain degree. The most enjoyable part of him is his kick shield gimmick, and later on we were starting to actually figure out some very good stuff with it, where it's like, if you do up unique, when you're jumping in with somebody, you can sort of hit a button on the way down. There was some really fascinating stuff you could do with the shield. But I wasn't like finding that much crazy stuff with it because much of his combo potential is like relatively short to a certain degree. So you really started using meter and the fact that he can do a dragon punch and then recover on the way down with a button. The EX one lets you like really continue in the air even if you want to do more stuff. The medium does as well. That's really neat. It's different than a dragon punch has like recovery in some way. What I noticed is that a lot of the dragon punches in the game, I tried to do them as reversals. I tried this with Cap a couple of times on Wake Up. It was a reversal with my DP, at least I think it was, and then I would get stuffed. So it seemed like Dragon Punches seemingly have like upper body involved. Gotta play a bit more to find out. But when I was seeing myself getting stuffed on Wake Up reversal, doing my DP, I was like, oh, these are different utilities than you're normally used to. You can throw them out neutral to anti-air.
I'm trying though.
Combo, but yeah, I didn't love Cap at the end of my session. Unfortunately, I wanted to like him a lot more, but it felt like he is like a really heavy neutral character, like really controls the neutral with all of his insane mobility.
There you go.
And that mobility takes a little while to unlock. He feels the most like a Dragon Ball character, I swear, man. His jumping medium and all this stuff. I started fighting people in like the final session 5 or 6 of what it was, where people were really utilizing
play after this
Shield as like
if
a
you want.
protective barrier around Cap, and the manipulation of that started to be like, oh, so this guy can just sort of like hold out and then really fish for any button and
I'm down to play after
like,
this.
not amazing damage, but decent damage.
This guy,
most of the times when I was playing against Captain America, those games were going to time. Like,
did you want to play? Okay.
Like, oh, wow. So yeah, this guy
Good.
is sort of like a battle of attrition character. And while my impressions of the character changed a bit,
Let me invite you.
stuff like that down the line. Yeah, it's
L, right?
L. So I'm curious about other characters by the time the game comes out. Last up is Iron Man, and Iron Man's an interesting one because he gets this really interesting gimmick, which is flight. He can fly out of most of his special moves and unique attacks, which does seemingly set up for some really cool combo opportunities, and I was having fun with that. It's like you get these cool air combos that let you go laser into more buttons, into more specials. It's fun, it's neat. At the same point, I feel like it isn't really like real. A lot of it does lead to some pretty cool stuff where Iron Man feels like he's flying around a lot more than the other characters. But piloting him and getting him to, you know,
Let me create a
stuff
room.
with flying, I feel like he's acceptable to 2Hs, and 2Hs in this game are pretty similar to Dragon Ball 2Hs, where they're just like this big ass launcher meant to counter jump-ins, meant to counter like super dashes back in Dragon Ball. In this situation, it's like your universal big launching ass like down H that's going for a big combo after. And he sort of falls prey to that if you start entering flight mode right around and close to the opponent. You have to weave in and out. It'll take some expertise there. I think Iron Man's cool, but he's clearly one of like the tougher characters to use in the beta. And last but not least are characters that I didn't get to try, but I fought against a ton, which is...
What was your account again? L?
Storm feels like great. She feels like really good to great. A lot of cool utility, easy rush down. She doesn't feel super fast, but a lot of her combo and opportunities feel like they are
I suck.
difficult to get to.
I woke up at like...
wind in the air to bring it back down to the ground, to go into super, to go into assist. Everything just feels like it works.
I woke up like a few hours ago.
And her gimmick looks really fun. I see some.
I'm in a good mood.
So her gimmick of wind all over the place. I like that a lot. Miss Marvel is a demon. Actual demon. I'm like, this character seems super cool when I was like first playing, and then you start playing again, like, oh, wait a minute, what do I do about that? Wait a minute, what do I do about that? Oh god, I thought I had a counter for certain things, and she just starts beating your ass. Yeah, Miss Marvel is nuts. Diaphone recently won the first TNS tournament with her. She is kind of like all over the place. Some of the most winningest players that I watch in Tokon are all using Miss Marvel because she is legit difficult to counter. And I'm trying to find counters with her and figure out what you can do against this stuff. If there is, and the best option is just to like not be there. So yeah, what makes her so good? She doesn't have an air dash. She doesn't have an inherently great mix by default, but she has this Spencer-like unique arm thing that stretches her across the screen and all over the place. And my dude, my god, this thing can feel really hard to stop. Hits not on block. If they do it too close, you can punish them. If they do it far away, she's almost like, I think, like guaranteed to get a hit after. Her auto combos are naturally really damn good that convert into good damage.
Are you playing Marvel Tokon, Fanda?
Overhead that's bad quick and you can convert after, so my dude, this chick was like the demon in the beta. I do feel like she's somewhat of a scrub killer, just in general, and characters with really powerful overheads are overall going to be quite good in this game. But as of right now,
Marvel Tokon.
Playtime, and if you just want to do stuff really fast, dude, Miss Marvel was the way to do it.
The game. You don't know it? Marvel Tokon. I know it sounds weird, but it's the name of the game, so yeah.
So overall, I had fun with a lot of the characters. I think the characters are the most enjoyment I have with the game. And my first criticism, this is
Which one's yours? Is it WoW, Caillou, Nia?
Utilize a whole bunch of characters and seeing so much of the same
I don't see Vandal.
in a tag fighting game like Tokon was a bit exhausting. I do feel like I was seeing so much of similar things over and over again, from combo opportunities to this to that to auto combos. We'll talk about auto combos in a second for my grievances. But the thing that will absolutely benefit Tokon more is having a large roster. And I don't think they're going to get like 30 characters at the start. I think the chance of them getting 16 to 20 is a lot better, and that will just help out so much, man. At least for me personally, what we were seeing in the game as of right now, for the majority of the time, was very similar.
Alright, I'll add you.
Going to change a lot when we get more characters, more mix.
I'll invite you.
A lot of people felt that way when you're first playing this and you're in their first beta sessions, but don't worry, that's going to change a whole bunch with more characters moving forward. The next couple of positives I sort of can echo from previous interactions with the game, but also some more new ones. I dig the music. I think it's really good. I don't think it's as legendary as Guilty Gear music as of yet, but I think it's really good, and the visuals are awesome, dude. I think seeing the game in motion is just wonderful. It doesn't eclipse like Dragon Ball FighterZ, in my personal opinion. I like the art style in this more, but I think the overall presentation of Dragon Ball is just, that's going to be almost unmatched, man, for a very long time. But overall, like, matches look really cool. They look really fun. The camera angles, all this kind of stuff. The speed of the game seems like it's inherently too slow.
You'll be alright.
But don't worry, this is one of those games where you play it more, it's almost going to be too fast. When you start fighting people that are utilizing all these mechanics and all of these characters and actual tag stuff than an actual match. Next up is the auto combo stuff, and yes, unfortunately, auto combos are a huge part of the game.
The password's 1000.
I already knew that this was the case from the previous beta at EVO, however, in this build of the game, they're seemingly better. As we're exposed to it more with more players, more opportunities,
1000.
You sort of see that hitting a lot of buttons in situations where, you know, you're a casual player, much less a medium level player, can actually be not bad. You can convert well off of auto combos, and they seemingly lead to really good damage, like really high damage. In some moments where I was starting some attacks with, you know, maybe not the most optimal situation, I found that, man, if I just mashed square 3 times and did super, that would have done way more damage. It actually would have done significantly more damage. So there's an auto combo oddity right now in between. Some of the auto combos seem to go on and damage with some of the manual combos, which could lead to poor stuff. Maybe don't do as much. That's not in an optimal situation. You got to use like more meter, EXs, corner, like all that kind of stuff if you want to really get crazy damage. But to me, the auto combos are sort of nuts because they are legit good, and they do cross up, as in they do have like tracking. So they will switch sides, they will continue animation on the square one. And that's sort of rough. I was not expecting the auto combos to be similar to Dragon Ball. They don't reach nearly as far, but they almost have like anti-air capabilities on some characters. It's really crazy. That part was leading to a lot of like frustration for me when having to deal with that all the time in so many matches. And then I was finally getting some matches as time went on and other people were getting familiar when that wasn't the case. And oh my god, it was like a breath of fresh air. Not just punishing auto combo and not just dealing with it, you know, all the time. I started to enjoy the game a whole bunch more. Then I started to realize that the game is giving me like really high highs and almost at times really low lows. There's only a few fighting games that are like that in the past that I can sort of like, you know, sort of feeling to. Just Dragon Ball FighterZ. And yeah, sometimes Dragon Ball FighterZ, I was like, it's such a frustrating game to deal with some of this stuff. But then you get used to it and you're doing your own, so it's equally just as fun. Versus games, tag games, and my highs and lows. Sometimes I would say the way I was feeling throughout some of the games, like neutral, and that's the way I was feeling. Like when I'm playing right now, I've been here before. I feel like I've done this. That's just the way it is. It is not the same though, because we used to play this as like Dragon Ball FighterZ with the system where differently, but attacking numbers and everything, obviously. You do not have like instant transmission, you know, Super Dash to worry about like a life crazy this different thing that you have to be aware and pay attention to, especially with like
stupid.
Jumping,
Stupid.
dashing, neutral, and you're kind of
All that damage for nothing.
the way characters, like I said earlier, especially Cat, are managing themselves and like jump kicks and aerial stalling and all of this, you know, unique release in the air. I'm like, dude, this is, I really feel like I'm fighting like a Goku right now in Dragon Ball FighterZ and very much feels familiar. And a lot of the folks that are, you know, like all that.
Yeah, I'm just warming up too. I kinda not fully locked in.
Similar in many ways to BBFC's universe that really is Dragon Ball FighterZ.
Yeah. Alright.
You know, Super Dash is a transition. Is everything very happy. And last up is the tagging, and this is probably the most important things to talk about because, yeah, Token inherently as a game is it kind of still plays out like one game. We even saw this most exhaustively in the TNS tournament. Sort of play it safe, you're going to win, it works. So a lot of that situation leads to people and stuff. And there was a period in the beta where I was personally trying to just figure out how to get better and figure out more neutral. We did not want to tag very much. We wanted to figure out this character utilized by assists under the assist round because they do when you're tagging. And I found myself like winning more. Like, granted, most of my impressions are coming from a space of like, I don't mean this to brag, but I've won like 95% of the games. I think I lost like 5 or 6 matches out of like 300. But at the same point, I was getting like a little
at least you still
being able to like directly get tagging in some way that the game is providing right through mechanical incentive, like health regen, like we said earlier. And then I started having a lot more fun when I was just tagging these popped out, and she popped them back, tag into another character. Screw it, man! I don't care if my assist order is getting picked up. I don't give a shit. I started to just switch more fun to the game, not caring about like getting better from like a competitive standpoint and really trying to win matches. I just started enjoying it way more. The other thing is, I want to change that moving forward. I talked about how that really incentives added in, but it sort of conflicts with the way the game is kind of operating. The game is operating in a way where they want you to be able to get access to everything, but also have the same tags to potentially be there, but you have to find it. And here's the thing, we talk about that iceberg like Sonic Fox. I have been watching them play this game, and those two playing games are so good, and they're just able to figure out how a game works so fast and blow your mind. Very few people are cracking open this two-on iceberg. It's made a very iceberg than most people. There are even huge high-level video game, high-level prowesses that have played a multitude of fighting games over these years, barely even able to crack or comprehend within this beta section, much less heavy. And my criticism is that I think TEKKEN is like the easiest fighting game to play, and also the most complicated. It's a very weird spot that I think might be intentional, where they're designing this game to be like the most accessible possibly can. It's 1v1 stuff, and that's what we're seeing on the weather right now. Visual beat and rules of the game. Figuring out stuff like this with insane low overhead mix, stuff like trusted history way too much for way too long. My ass is just not ever been designed for 12 hour streams. I watch game and time I did not right. Which wise love is just like so me personally, I think there's so much more. The fact that this ice cream has all of this down below leads me to think that they might not mechanically incentivize tagging very much and actually just leave it up to player engineering.
Stop getting hit by that.
Some of the nastiest flicks that you can see in games like TBFC. Some of that stuff is a lot of the situations that you see in games like I enjoyed the video, but at the same time I had some illustrations and I was kind of like feeling like I was on the teetering edge where it has to be and there was a select few individuals that were able to see that more as the beta was going along, and I think that's the most inspiring. As I see that, that's where it's like, yeah, this game's crazy. This game's actually going to be crazy. It's actually going to get really crazy when there's way more characters and way more availability and access to more tools. Just let you do that, my god, dude. And to be real, that's where I think it's going to be close to And funny enough, I think the majority of folks, their first impressions are actually valid. The game isn't moving forward to give you 2 reasons to tag on its service level. And that is a complete emphasis on the traditional tag figure, and they want 2 reasons to tag. They want you to see a whole bunch of characters cycling in and out like over and over again. So you works to play the game to make your team. And instead of doing, which is the way it works, there's a lot of people wanting to live in that as a cool. And I don't know if there's an answer to that yet, but I don't think it's fair to answer that question yet. I don't think and it's not done yet, dude. There's a good reason why so many people are playing the game as a 1v1 right now, because it's literally designed to be that way. And for those of you that want to like get closer to the edge of how crazy some people do with the big work, you have to be there. I think that gap is going to be significant. It's going to be a lot harder for people to grasp the tech mechanics of this game compared to most. And well, is that necessarily a good or bad thing? We don't know yet. Never diving any deeper, or if that stuff is like increments in the future, then that's where I'm really curious if it does make tagging easier. To allow folks to discover things maybe a bit quicker than obviously some of the best players in the world have been training in a relatively short beta time period. I think the no training card is nice. Like, oh man, it needs training code more than anything for you to actually get there. And in a beta session where those tools are really limited, you kind of are seeing the game for what it is at its surface level, and it may not be super impressive right at the start. Again, all fair criticisms of a game that's trying to do something very different. Either way, thank you guys so much for watching the video. I'm looking forward to pursuing another beta with more characters down the line. Because we're looking at Toka right now from this, like, this little you cannot see the entire horizon of what the game is to offer, and that doesn't even apply to characters that also applies to gameplay. There's a lot more out there to be discovered. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be back with more information on which characters as soon as we see more on it. I got a lot more gameplay to go over this other place, so that'll be quick on the channel. Appreciate it. This is the video. My name is Max, and we'll see you next time.
Alright, let's turn this off. You didn't use heat. Hey Panda, do you mind if I join the tournament? And we'll play after that? There's a tournament that happens that just started right now, and if I win, I get an avatar for my PlayStation account. Or are you kind of busy? I have to join this tournament right now. Are you busy? Can we play after I'm done? Hold on. Okay, good. Thank you so much. And I'm really sorry. It'll take me less than 20 minutes. It might be real quick. If I lose, then that means it'll be quick. If I win, I have to keep winning until the last guy loses. So I'm kind of hoping that I lose right now. Huh. Thank you, Vandov.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm gonna lose. This guy's Tekken God. Anna. Lagging hard. I'm gonna invite you right now. I just lost. Alright, let's go.
Kazuya Mishima.
Get ready for the next battle.
$21.
Round 1. Fight.
I gotta punch that move, that string. Nice. You're owning me. Damn.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice stuff. Uh-oh. Damn, I used to be able to punish your string. I used to be able to punch that string that you always do. The 1, 1, 3, 4 or something? Sorry. I had to turn off my AC. Band of outgrew me. Oh my god.
Round 3. Fight.
I stuck.
Round 4. Fight.
Uh-oh. Ah.
後ろの宿命は俺が立つ。
1, 3, 4. Ah, man.
Round 1. Fight.
You've gotten really good. Yeah, you've gotten really good. You've gotten really good.
Round 3. Fight.
Yeah.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh my god, I'm losing. No. You've gotten surprisingly better. Damn. Alright, let's lock in.
Fight.
Fuck. Maybe I should switch to 2-player. Second player. Yeah, let's play 2-player. Yeah? I've been playing first player. Player 1. I've been playing player 1. I've been playing left side. Now I'm gonna play right. I think the reason why I couldn't perform well was because I got tired of playing 1P. Let's hope I'm right.
For the next battle.
Oh no. I'm dead. 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 Ah! I was scanning up on you. Bust in your 5-win streak. Can I win with 5-win streak? Nice. First one. Damn. Uh-oh. Uh huh. Nice. Okay. It's alright.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hey, you don't know the new Marvel game that's coming out? How could you not know?
We have a new official Marvel Talk-On guide, and now it is
Marvel.
Ghost Rider. I love this character. I play him in the betas. He's really fun and relatively simple.
You can't
it's just
see.
that you need some optimization, so we're gonna talk about that.
Marvel,
in
the comic book Marvel,
so the colors,
the game,
he has the blue. So
the new Marvel game that's coming out. You have no idea, do you?
Spider-Man, Hulk, and Wolverine, because Spider-Man also has one of these.
Yeah, there you go.
And the other ones look
there you go.
standard. I like the black one. And
Marvel, yes.
He has pretty decent colors. Let's look at the normals. So that's one thing that makes Ghost Rider shine. Okay, he has very big normals.
The new Marvel game.
That makes the character unique. That, for example, down end is crazy. Yeah, the light attacks in particular are similar to the one that Stormlord has. Like he has this 4 punches line, then a pretty decent crouching attack as well for a low, decent range, and then in the air just...
Yeah.
And this is where you start to see crazy things. For example, that down M, this down M is decent, but other characters have a better one, I would say. But this one, this could easily be one of the best lows in the game, because this is indeed a low, and it is a medium, so it's not that slow and spawn stored up, and it is all this range, like half of the screen, or something like that, at least when you are like in the mid-range. So really strong low. It is one of the things that makes Ghost Rider good, and yes, gigantic normals, right? All the heavy attacks that you're seeing right now are super big, so if you want to play a character that has really big, just normal attacks, this character is for you. Just take a look at the stand H, man. Like, the range is ridiculous on the stand heavy. Look at that. It is so big. And you can probably get combos from this, like if you call the right assist. So, if you want that big for your normals, you gotta play Ghost Rider. It's really fun. He's kind of like the long range or mid range character in the game. It's the only one until now that has such big normals. Then just the outer combos, the standard stuff, nothing too crazy. And we're going to talk about the Vengeance Gauge. Okay, so this is the thing that makes Ghost Rider a bit, I would say, scary for maybe newer players, because even though his moveset is quite simple, he does have a meter, like a unique meter for him, that when it goes all the way up, he's unable to play the game, essentially. He gets burned out and it's like on the floor. So it is a situation in which you're going to be in a lot of recovery and people can punish you. So you need to manage your meter. And the way that you do it is that when you do some attacks, the meter goes up, and it actually buffs your special moves. Like if the meter goes up and you are on zone 2 or close to getting burned out, the special moves, some of them are bigger, they do more damage, they have more hits, right? Just like you see right there, for example, from 2 hits to 4, then from 2 to 5. So there is like 5 versions of his fire special moves, some of them. But at the same time, if you go too crazy, you're gonna get burned out. And the thing is that there are other attacks that actually allow you to make the meter go down. You have this one, the like sequences of chain attacks actually makes the meter go down. And then also you have the attack in which he does that, like this style of, it's kind of like a DP, almost like a DP animation, but it's not really a DP. And he covers himself with fire, and the meter goes down as well. So you need to balance the usage of the fire breath and also all the attacks with the chain that use fire with the other ones that are like only the chains, right? And then the like fire around you attack to essentially get the overheat situation to the lowest, amount of times in a fight. Because if not, you're gonna get this right here, in which you go into overheat, and the characters on the floor right there are like, oh no, and then people can just hit you for free. So really important to understand the overheat and then just gauge mechanic. Then we have this. This is mostly for combos. Like in my experience with this character, you're mostly gonna use this for combo routing and for some block strings. You, for example, do this and then a special move because it is a special cancel, and then you call an assist to extend your pressure. You're probably not gonna use this for anything else because it doesn't have any mix-up really opportunity or anything crazy. So it is mostly to manage the vengeance gauge and to do strings and combos. The same for that thing. Like this move is also just to make the vengeance gauge go down. It also gets a buff when it is close to the red zone,
Get ready for
so
the
it can be
next
a better
battle.
move. But you also use it to manage like the burnout. Then this one, this attack is actually one that makes the vengeance gauge go up, and it gets better if you have, like for example, zone 2 or zone 3. It gets like bigger, it has more hits. And this one you're also going to use it mostly for combos, sometimes also with jumping. You look at like a delay with it, like that. You get like a cheeky mix-up, but I don't even know if it is an overhead. It's probably going to be a mid attack anyway, but it's mostly to maybe catch people while trying to mash a button or something like that. We're still going to use this move thoroughly most of the time for combos and just block strings, and that's it. This character doesn't have any special moves that make sense to use for a mix-up. Like, a lot of them are just you run your block strings, make people block, and then just keep the pressure going with assists. You also have a command grab, like you're seeing right now. And then with the command grab, it is just a straight hit. I think there's no way of getting full combos with this command grab. So what you're gonna do most of the time is just straight to get to like zone 2 and give the command grab more range because it gets bigger. You get like a dash here on zone 2
stupid.
with the command grab. And it's going to help you to open people up on defense that are just blocking too much. Really, really like straightforward command grab usage. Like you're seeing right there, you have the character does a dash and the command grab uses it again and gets more range. So when you are kind of like a zone 2, you need to start thinking about using the command grab more because it's a much better move. Again, this attack is actually like the mix-up attack that Ghost Rider has. If you just do the regular like version and no follow-up, it's just a combo photo move. You can use it in the air also. For example, wall sticks.
Stupid.
So
Well,
if you use the EX version, I think it
to
also
a
runs
Raijin.
instant combos, and it causes wall breaks as well, like wall transitions. The thing is that if I'm not wrong, the same move, like roll circle back and line me more heavy, that's a format. And the follow-ups allow you to mix people up. And this move, of course, also makes the gauge go up because it is chain with fire. And all the attacks, I think, that are chain attacks with fire and make the vengeance gauge go up. So it's just that, right? They should show the follow-ups now. Yeah. So essentially, you do this move, you can then press, for example, forward medium, forward light, forward heavy as well, I think, and it gives you follow-ups. So this is going to be like the mix-up tool that this character has. If you actually use different mix-ups or like follow-ups, sorry, it gives.
Importance of chewing food thoroughly.
I want to share with you the 9 most amazing studies about why you should chew your food. First study showed that chewing increased digestive enzymes. Second study showed that chewing increased satisfaction and decreased food intake. Another study showed that chewing increased the hunger hormones to help you know when to stop eating. Other studies showed that it increased weight loss by reducing caloric intake. Another study showed that it increased the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest nervous system. Another study showed that it increased cravings and emotional eating. Another study showed an increased cognitive function. Kids who chew number and SAT score better. Another study showed an increased attention and focus. Another study showed that when you chew less, there were significantly more digestive symptoms. And finally, the best way to chew your food is to chew it until there's no taste left in your food and then swallow. Super easy. Look at the description below the article about chewing and all the scientific
I barely chew my food.
I want to share with you the
But change that.
most amazing studies about why you should chew your food. The first study showed that chewing increased digestive enzymes. The second study showed that chewing increased satisfaction and
It'd be raining hard. Good thing it's a holiday for other people. I don't even work. So glad people get to take a break during times like these. Weather like these.
Finally, the best way to chew is to chew it until there's no taste, then swallow. Below for the article about chewing and all the scientific references. Thanks for listening. I want to share with you the 9 most amazing studies about why you should chew your food. The first study showed that chewing increased digestive enzymes. Second study showed that chewing increased satisfaction, decreased food intake. Another study showed that chewing increased the hunger hormones. To help you know when to stop eating. Another study showed that
why are you playing like that?
Another study showed that increased the parasympathetic nervous system, rest and digest nervous system. Another study showed that it increased cravings and emotional eating. Another study showed that it increased cognitive function. Kids who chewed gum during SAT scored better. Another study showed that it increased attention and focus. Another study showed that when you chewed less, there were significantly more digestive symptoms. Finally, the best way to chew your food is to chew it until there's no taste left in your food, and then swallow. Super easy. Look at the description below for the article about chewing and all the scientific references. Thanks for listening. I want to share with you the 9 most amazing studies about why you should chew your food. The first study showed that chewing increased digestive enzymes. The second study showed that chewing increased satisfaction, decreased food intake. Another study showed that chewing increased the hunger hormones to help you know when to stop eating. Other studies showed that it increased weight loss by reducing caloric intake. Another study showed that it increased the parasympathetic nervous system, rest and digest nervous system. Another study showed that it increased cravings and emotional eating. Another study showed that it increased cognitive function. Kids who chewed gum during SAT scored better. Another study showed that it increased attention and focus. Another study showed that when you chew less, there were significantly more digestive symptoms. And finally, the best way to chew your food is to chew it until there's no taste left in your food, and then swallow. Super easy. Look at the description below for the article about chewing and all the scientific references. Thanks for listening. I want to share with you the 9 most
Want to feel less bloated after eating? Here's the secret. Chew your food more. Look, we live in a fast-paced world, and many of us practically inhale our food. But the human digestive tract is designed to receive properly chewed food. If we don't chew our food well, that creates more work for our GI tract. It can lead to stomach pain, bloating, and even low energy. I recommend 20 to 30 chews of every bite before you swallow. This can be challenging, as many of us are in the habit of eating fast. Yet if you see wisdom in this practice, here are 3 amazing benefits that'll happen for you. 1, the enzymes in the saliva inside your mouth start to break down the food, making it so much easier for the rest of your digestive system. 2, by slowing down, you give your brain time to sense how much food is coming into your body, which helps you feel full faster and avoid overeating. 3, you become more present, which leads to more joy and connection to food. Mindless fast eating is harming your body and your mind, so start to chew your food more, 20 to 30 chews per bite. Teach your children this too, and your life will improve. Want to feel less bloated after eating? Here's the secret. Chew your food more. Look, we live in a fast-paced world, and many of us practically inhale our food. But the human digestive tract is designed to receive properly chewed food. If we don't chew our food well, that creates more work for our GI tract. It can lead to stomach pain, bloating, and even low energy. I recommend 20 to 30 chews of every bite before you swallow. And this can be
eating foods that require some chewing and really working at it and chewing away. They have some impressive images in this book of twins that were raised separately, one by a group that eats a lot of tougher foods that require chewing versus one that's slurping their food. One kid is literally incredibly attractive, perfect dentiture with no orthodontia or regular dentistry, and the other kid, his teeth is like snaggled. They have the horse-teeth smile.
Even though they've got the same genetic predisposition.
Right. It's not a perfect experiment because there are other factors as well, so these are naturally occurring experiments, as we say. There are also some very impressive images in the book, or if we could say depressing, of kids foods that were pretty attractive as kids. And then there's an example of a kid who got a pet hamster. He was allergic to the hamster. As a consequence, he becomes a mouth breather. And then the characteristic change in the face when one overdoes mouth breathing is that the chin starts to move
The recesses, yeah.
but also the eyes become droopy. It's pretty straightforward. Chew your food well, chew on both sides of your mouth, especially if you're a young person, but even if you're not, be a nasal breather. Drinking in excess of calories is probably not good, and eat like an adult. Eating foods that require some chewing and really working at it and chewing away. They have some impressive images in this book of twins that were raised separately, one by a group that eats a lot of tougher foods that
Chewing food thoroughly is a game changer for our health. When we take the time to chew, we break down those nutrients, making it easier for our bodies to absorb them. It's like giving our digestive system a head start. Plus, chewing increases saliva production, which helps neutralize acids and protects our teeth. And let's not forget about the satisfaction factor. Savoring each bite can transform a meal into a delightful experience. So next time you eat, slow down and chew well. Your body and your taste buds will thank you. Chewing food thoroughly is a game changer for our health.
Many of us lead busy lives and eat quickly on the go. When we're hungry, it's tempting to satiate our appetite fast. But it's not just what we eat that matters. There's a hidden health benefit to taking your time. Slowing down while we eat helps us feel full for longer, snack less, and improves our digestion. Longer term, it can lead to maintaining a healthier weight. Research shows that those who speed through their meals tend to eat more and therefore consume more calories. In a 5-year-long study, researchers followed over 1,000 people and found that fast eaters were 11.6% more likely to have at least 3 of the following risk factors: obesity, high blood pressure, high triglycerides, and high blood sugar. The reason why eating fast can have these effects is because it takes about 20 minutes for our stomach to signal to our brain that we're full. One study gave participants ice cream and asked them to eat it in 5 minutes or 30. Those who ate it more slowly released more of the hormones that help to regulate their appetite. Another small study asked participants to eat more slowly and found that they felt fuller, remembered how much they ate, and ate less later. Their brains also showed activity.
Another slice of sourdough.
Eating slowly can also reduce your blood sugars responsibly. In a Japanese study of healthy participants, those who ate a meal in under 10 minutes showed an increase in blood sugar compared to when they ate the same meal in 20 minutes. When our blood sugar remains high, it increases the risk of inflammation as well as type 2 diabetes. All this shows is that the speed at which we consume our meals and snacks really does impact our health. So perhaps the next time you eat, you'll choose to slow it down a little.
Sourdough bread is Bombay.
The mountain lion is a hidden struggle, up and down, that's all they can do.
Our viewer question today, they have asked, I tend to eat fast. Do you think there is any real benefit to chewing slowly?
Slowly, absolutely. There is all sorts of reasons why you want to chew your food slowly. One, it's more efficient. But let's look at what chewing is. As far as our basic diet, if you really need a validation that we are plant-eating creatures living into our mouths, you'll see a few features. One, unlike your house cat or a mountain lion that has this huge gaping jaw with these spiky fangs here, we have fairly small mouth that couldn't bite into a couch like we had to. But very importantly, if you're looking at it towards the back of the mouth, you've got these flat, grinding molar teeth, and the jaw that moves in a rotary manner. Your house cat can't do that. The mountain lion is a human jaw, goes up and down, that's all they can do. We can chew this rotary manner. So we've been given this lovely chewing mechanism to chew. And why? Because all the nutrients that we want to get out of that piece of kale or that apple, all the cells in a plant have this little wall of cellulose called the cell wall. And so all the proteins, vitamins, and minerals and antioxidants are locked up in this little chamber of cellulose. That's what makes a plant a plant. But we don't have enzymes to break down the cell walls of plant foods. So you've got to do it mechanically. And that's what the teacher about you physically grind over the cell walls of the plant foods. So our enzymes and our digestive system can get in there and start emulsifying the fats and digesting the starches and proteins and their amino acids, etc. So chewing that food breaks up those cell walls so your digestive tract can get in there. And so that's one reason alone that you want to chew your food well. And you have to chew it slowly. What is there to chew too fast? We're talking about swallowing frequently. Is what you're talking about, not a good thing to put a big chunk of unchewed food down your gullet there, because that plant fiber is tough, and that piece of kale or piece of apple, most of it, if you don't break up those cell walls,
Get ready
it's
for
going
the
to make
next
it.
battle.
Of course, looking at questions that our viewers sent in. This one is, I'm interested in this. Can you really get a beard gut? And how do you get rid of it? Okay. You can.
For the person who doesn't drink beer.
That's right. So, and I was going to say, you can get one from beer, you can get one from tequila, you can get one from wine. So it probably should be renamed. But in particular, when you hear this term, normally you're talking about men for some reason. And beer is not specific to men, although men typically, ironically, tend to store more belly fat, visceral adipose tissue than premenopausal women, and I guess not that more men drink beer. But alcohol, for anyone, male or female, any type of alcohol can lead to central weight deposition. You can't stop it. So again, if you're talking about fat due to alcohol intake, it's really three things. You want to cut down on your calories and make sure that you're not eating extra or drinking extra calories. You want to do a decent amount of cardio, and you want to then tone those ab muscles. It's three things. It's not just one.
Well, it sort of goes so much of it has to do with the association of what you're eating when you're drinking the beer.
That's a big part of it. Yeah, behavior, and maybe if you're drinking a lot, you're not exercising a lot. But really, I mean, when you talk about increasing caloric intake and decreasing your activity, it's going to go somewhere. Unfortunately.
That's why we run so much.
That's right.
Which is good for the wellness.
Okay, well, it doesn't have to do with drinking, but it has to do with eating. And signs that we may actually be chewing or masticating, as the technical term, are improperly. People who may have one of these symptoms, heartburn, digestive issues. Also, if you tend to chew less or swallowing more in air, you get some gas, some bloating, and also just overeating. You're eating too quickly. I'm guilty of that. Most doctors and people in the media are guilty of that. So one thing to do to correct this, just be mindful of actually 20 to 30 times. Try for 20. I mean, there are times where I pay attention to this myself, and I'll maybe at 2 or 3. But it's not good. It's not good. So, all kidding aside, you don't have to get 20, but you want to be mindful. You want to chew your food well, savor it in your mouth before it gets going through your GI tract.
Could have twin pistons.
Now who's going to the bigger you can submit your health and wellness questions right here at ABC GMA 3.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Lots of great stuff.
Beneficial is chewing at least 30 times. It depends on what you're eating, but I'm Dr. Ariana from the Paradigm. Do you experience bloating, digestive issues, constipation, diarrhea? Just how you feel. Now how important chewing is for the digestive process and how that can be one of the your gut. In order for us to have proper digestion, we have to be in a parasympathetic state. So take breaths and digest. If you're eating like your brain,
Can't wait my turn. What a fitting title.
chewing is one of the things that actually is going to help calm the nervous system. So that's one important aspect of why you want to chew very well before digestion. Saliva
I said so.
in the salivary gland is going to reduce digestive enzymes. And these enzymes are going to help break down acid as it moves into the esophagus. The first enzyme is called lignocolitis, so that's going to help break down our fat. The second is amylase, which helps break down our starches. And the third is glycoside, which is actually an antibacterial enzyme. So this is important for preventing dental cavities and other infections with gums. So the more chewing that we do, the more salivary enzymes are released. So this is going to influence not only our autonomic nervous system, because we specifically nerves and chewing is not only good, but it also influences the enteric nervous system, which is our bones. That is actually nervous.
Alright, now we have a chance.
Increase smooth muscle contraction, increase the intestinal secretion, your hormones, your diabetic hormones. So we can really powerful in the process with chewing therapy. Okay, so what are 5 different things that you can do to really maximize your chewing and your digestive process? Number 1 is if you want to sit down to eat, try taking at least 30 diaphragmatic breaths. So if you want to think about calming your nervous system, bringing blood flow to this area, bringing yourself to this parasympathetic state so that you can really enhance your digestive process. Number 2 is allow for at least 30 minutes of meal time. Give yourself
Get ready
plenty
for the
of
next
time
battle.
to be able to sit down,
Let's finish this bag. Bag of sourdough.
So that often takes us out of that parasympathetic state. So really encouraging a positive experience and it lends itself to really optimal digestion. Number 4 is don't drink water before you eat. So this can dilute the stomach acid, so we're preventing that from occurring and really optimizing our natural enzymatic activity. Number 5, last but definitely not least, is chew your food at least 20 to potentially 30 times. In Ayurvedic medicine, that is one of the things that has found to be most beneficial is chewing at least 30 times. So I think it depends on, of course, what you're eating, but the main point is making sure that you're really chewing your food thoroughly and using all of these things to optimize your digestion. So if you're thinking about healing your gut, this is number 1 in terms of what you should be doing. If this was helpful, make sure to give it a like, give it a comment, share it with someone that it might be beneficial for. And please make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Movement Paradigm, for weekly tips on mindset, nutrition, and movement.
Kazuya Mishima.
Get ready for the next battle.
Alright, so let's get into it. Here are 5 reasons why it's super important to chew your food properly. Now, the first reason is proper digestion. It allows your body to break it down properly, and work its way through your system properly. It also helps out your small intestine quite a bit. So if you have digestion issues, take a look at that. So you're chewing properly and get started there. 2 is nutrient extraction. So if you are just shoveling hunks of food down into your stomach and expecting that to do the job, I forget where I've heard this saying, but your stomach doesn't have teeth. And that is so true. I mean, that's the reason why the teeth are up here, so they can do that job before it gets down there. In its smallest size allows your body to get more out of it. Now your saliva carries your first line of defense. The first set of immunity that you have before anything foreign actually gets into your body. Saliva contains an enzyme called lysosome, and that reacts to, or that attacks to certain bacteria, and it makes them explode. That's pretty cool. Your saliva makes them explode. Alright, so let's get into it. Here are 5 reasons why it's super important to chew properly. Now, the first reason is proper digestion. It allows your body to break the food down properly, and work its way through your system properly. It also helps out your small intestine quite a bit. So if you have digestion issues, take a look at that. Chewing properly and get started there. 2 is nutrient extraction. So if you are just shoveling hunks of down into your stomach, expecting that to do the job, I forget where I've heard this saying, but your stomach doesn't have teeth. And that is so true. I mean, that's the reason why the teeth are up here, so they can do that job before it gets down there. Protein in its smallest size allows your body to get more out of it, nutrient-wise. Number 3 is immunity. Now, your saliva carries your first line of defense. That's the first set of immunity that you have before anything foreign actually gets into your body. Saliva contains an enzyme called lysosome, and that reacts to, or that attacks, it literally makes them explode. So it's pretty cool. Your saliva makes things explode. Number 4 is chewing longer allows the food more time to mix and to mingle with your DNA. And what that is good for is it helps your body to avoid a miscue of an autoimmune response. So if the food is mixed with your DNA while it's traveling through your intestines, you're less likely to have an unnecessary autoimmune response. And number 5 is that chewing longer, taking the time to chew a little bit longer, allows the body more time to identify when it's actually full, which will reduce unnecessary overeating. Okay, let's do a quick recap. So number 1 is that chewing longer and more thoroughly improves digestion. Number 2 is that you get more bang for your buck nutrient-wise. You get better nutrient extraction. Number 3 is immunity. Saliva contains an enzyme that is your body's first line of defense against bacteria and some of the bad guys. Number 4 is that chewing longer and allowing the food more time to mix with your DNA will help eliminate a miscued autoimmune response. And lastly, number 5 is that spending more time in your mouth or spending more time on your meal will allow your body the time that it needs to kind of catch up and identify when it's full. So those are my 5 top reasons why chewing your food like your mama told you is super important. And the great news about all this is that it's instantly actionable. You can start doing it right away. And for more tips and tricks on nutrition and general health, I invite you to join my tribe. Jump on my email list by clicking the link below, and don't forget to subscribe.
Today we'll talk about chewing, the benefits of healthy food chewing and how to chew food properly. I guess we all know that we need to chew food diligently. It's good for health. At least this is what my grandma told me many times when I was a little boy. But I would like to use this video as an opportunity to highlight the key benefits of healthy food chewing and remind all of us that healthy chewing is a critical part of healthy digestion and overall health and fitness. And this is a holiday season that comes with a lot of food and a lot of chewing. So I hope this video will make your holiday meals healthy and more enjoyable. And I believe in the power of atomic habits, when small, incremental changes in everyday routine compound into massive, huge improvements in overall health. And proper chewing is one of those atomic habits, simple but super efficient one. So let's talk about that. Hi, Andrew here. Welcome to the Practical Health channel. This is where I share my learnings and personal experience with improving health. This way, the digestive tract is a 9-meter long pipe that starts in the mouth and goes down through the body. And chewing is the very first step in the food digestion process. And doing it properly brings a lot of benefits to our health. Benefit number 1 is, I hope no surprises here, better food digestion. The logic here is quite simple. By grinding and chewing, we increase the reaction surface area of the food, up on which enzymes can act. It helps nutrients get digested and absorbed more easily. The other thing is that in the mouth we have salivary glands that secrete amylase and lipase. So starches and fat start getting broken down in the mouth. So proper food chewing helps start digesting starches and fats in the mouth before they go to the stomach. And finally, chewing sends signals to the pancreas, gallbladder, stomach to start secreting enzymes necessary for digestion. So proper food chewing gives us more time to send signals to those organs to get prepared for their coming food. The next benefit is my favorite one. Proper chewing reduces the chance of overeating. It takes about 20 to 25 minutes for the hormones to reach the brain and tell it that the stomach is full. So proper chewing gives us enough time to let the brain realize that the stomach is full when it's really full. The next benefit is related to mouth, teeth, and the mucus of the GI tract. When we chew, we secrete saliva that helps moisturize the oral cavity, the esophagus, and the food itself. And Also, saliva contains EGF, or epithelial growth factor, that is critical to the mucosa of the GI tract. Also, saliva neutralizes bacteria on the teeth to keep them healthy. And finally, chewing itself is a great massage for the gums. The last benefit on our list is related to mental health. Chewing stimulates the hippocampus in the brain, improves learning, changes neurogenesis. Also, chewing reduces the levels of corticosteroid plasma, the stress hormone, and increases the levels of serotonin, one of the full happiness hormones. So we can say that chewing reduces stress and makes us happier. I guess a lot of people can relate to that. Now the big question is, how do you chew properly? Step 1 is to take smaller bites. Do this by using smaller plates and smaller spoons, which is a good way to make sure that you take smaller food bites when you eat. Step number 2 is to chew diligently, up to 30 times per bite, or until it becomes a solid base or liquid. I don't have any recommendation suggestion here. Besides, use a couple of few minutes to count the exact number of times you chew. It will give you an idea how far you're from this number. The next one is quite straightforward. Keep your mouth closed when chewing. It will reduce the amount of air that you swallow when eating. And the stomach negatively impacts digestion, and they cause abdominal pain and bloating. The last 2 steps belong to the same category. Here you can slow down your food intake. One idea here is to swallow before taking the next bite. Basically, don't mix one bite with another one. And the other idea is to simply eat slowly. And I have a couple ideas here. One is try to really enjoy food. Focus on the food on your plate. Your steak, your salad, whatever you have on your plate, and try to enjoy it. Also, some people use their food days as a time to socialize with other people, an opportunity to connect with their family members, friends, and co-workers. It's another way to have healthy breaks from food bites. Again, remember that it takes 20 to 25 minutes for the stomach to send signals to the brain and say that's full and stop eating. And that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed this video. Remember to chew food diligently and eat slowly. I wish you have a healthy and enjoyable holiday chewing. As usual, if you like this video, give us a like. If you don't like it, subscribe to our channel. One day we'll create a video that you love. See you next time. Bye.
Round 3. Fight.
So messing up that combo. I'm done. Damn.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hi, I'm Paul Check, founder of the Check Institute and the PPS Success Mastery Center. I'd like to take a brief moment to discuss digestion. The Taoists have a saying. They say, drink your food and eat your water. What that means is chew your food until it has a liquid consistency, which breaks the food down maximally, makes the job easier for your stomach, your small intestine, and your colon. Also, gets optimal mixture of your saliva with the food. The saliva contains life force or chi. And that saliva, which is your saliva, carries the energetic idea of who and what you are and imprints it into the food. And this is very, very important because when you imprint the food with your chi, it is much more likely to be welcomed into the body as a friend as opposed to being rejected by the immune system as an invasive organism. Many people have all sorts of digestive troubles and food allergies, which can easily be cleared up simply by chewing your food until it has a liquid consistency. When you drink water, don't slam a pile of water. Take a really mouthful and chew it, or just let it sit in your mouth and move it around your mouth and let the saliva mix with it once again and inject some water with your own chi, your own blood. Hi, I'm Paul Check, founder of the Check Institute and the PPS Success Mastery Center. I'd like to take a brief moment to discuss digestion. The Taoists have a saying. They say, drink your food and eat your water. What that means is chew your food until it has a liquid consistency, which breaks the food down maximally, makes the job easier for your stomach, your small intestine, and your colon. Also, it's optimal mixture of your saliva with the food. The saliva contains life or chi. And that saliva, your saliva, carries the energetic idea of what you are and imprints it into the food. And this is very, very important because when you imprint the food with your chi, it is much more likely to be welcomed into the body as a friend as opposed to being rejected by the immune system as an invasive organism. Many people have all sorts of digestive troubles and food allergies that can easily be cleared up simply by chewing your food until it's a liquid consistency. When you drink water, don't slam a pile of water. Take a good mouthful and chew it, or just let it sit in your mouth and move it around your mouth and let the saliva mix with it once again and inject some water with your own chi, your own blood. Hi, I'm Paul Check, founder of the Check Institute and the PPS Success Mastery Center. I'd like to take a brief moment to discuss digestion. The Taoists have a saying. They say, drink your food and eat your water. What that means is chew your food until it has a liquid consistency, which breaks the food down maximally, makes the job easier for your stomach, your small intestine, and your colon. Also, gets optimal mixture of your saliva. The saliva contains life force or chi. And that saliva, which is your saliva, carries the energetic idea of who what you are and imprints it into the food. And this is very, very important because when you imprint the food with your chi, it is much more likely to be welcomed into the body as a friend as opposed to being rejected by the immune system as an invasive organism. Many people have all sorts of digestive troubles and food allergies, which can easily be cleared up simply by chewing your food until it has a liquid consistency. When you drink water,
I'm dead.
Let's dive into a fantastic journey through the human digestive system. Think of it as a twisting, turning highway that your food travels on to power you up. Our journey begins in the mouth. Here, you grind up your food using those pearly whites of yours, and saliva gets in on the action to break it down a bit more. Next, the food slides down a tube called the esophagus. This isn't just any tube. It's a muscular marble that uses wave-like movements to deliver your food to your stomach. No gravity required. Once in the stomach, things get a bit more extreme. Here, your food is mixed with stomach acid, breaking it down further into a sort of soup. You can think of the stomach as the unsung hero of the digestive system. From the stomach, our food soup journey continues to the small intestine. It's about 20 feet long. That's longer than a giraffe is tall. And this is where your food's nutrients get absorbed, giving you the energy you need to run, jump, and play. Finally, whatever's left goes into the large intestine, where water is absorbed back into your body, and the rest, well, that's what you flush down the toilet. So there you have it, the human digestive system turning food into fuel one bite at a time. Worksheets related to this short video can be downloaded by creating a free account at ngscience.com. Don't forget to subscribe to the NG Science YouTube channel to never miss a video.
To lose weight. But does the science actually support that? Today I'm going over scientific studies on how chewing your food more affects your appetite, food intake, weight, and even your ability to eat intuitively. Hey there, I'm Mish, and I am a full-time research scientist with my PhD, and by day I conduct and publish studies of my own, whereas by night I share the results of other studies here to help you reach your weight loss, health, nutrition, and fitness goals. And I first just wanted to say a huge thank you to all the new patrons we have over on Patreon, and all of you who have donated so generously on GoFundMe. It's really been an amazing holiday surprise, so thank you so much for supporting me and making these videos. It really means a lot to me. And now back to chewing. Most of the research on chewing and thus far has focused on how chewing your food more affects your appetite and your food intake, so I'll be focusing on that first, and then towards the end of the video I will also go over how chewing affects weight loss, as well as things like emotional eating, external eating, and cravings, and also your ability to successfully eat intuitively. And first we'll be talking about a meta-analysis of 40 randomized controlled trials, and as a reminder, randomized controlled trials are how we assess cause and effect because they are experiments. These are actual cause and effect data, not relational data. And this meta-analysis of 40 trials found that
damn, I suck hard.
Feel less hungry, have less of a desire to eat, and to eat less food during the meal. So, causally, making people chew less actually makes them eat less. And for an example of the size of this effect, so you can get an idea of how it might apply to the real world, I'm going to go over an example study that had the same effect size as the average that was found.
That's really good.
In the meta-analysis. And the study brought in 45 participants to eat pizza for lunch in the lab, and they split the participants into 3 groups. And what the researchers did was they had participants either chew their normal natural amount, or chew 50% more, or chew twice as much. So for example, if a participant usually needed 10 chews to eat a bite of pizza, then the natural group would continue to do that, continue to do 10 chews. The 50% increase group would do 15 chews, and the double group would do 20 chews. And what they found is that people who chewed 50% more ate 10% less naturally just as a result of chewing more. So they felt more satiated sooner during this pizza meal because they chewed more. And the people who chewed twice as much ended up eating 15% less pizza. So if we were to talk about, let's say, a 200-calorie slice of pizza, the people who chewed twice as much ate 30 calories less. And importantly, despite the fact that people who were asked to chew more ended up eating less naturally, they actually felt just as full and satisfied as the people who ate more and chewed less. So from all these studies so far, what we can
next
see is
battle.
that chewing your food more makes you eat less food and feel less hungry, from both the meta-analysis and the example study. But what about actual weight loss? Do these appetite changes and food intake changes actually translate into real-world weight loss? Well, unfortunately, there are hardly any studies done on this yet, but I'm going to go over an interesting one that combined mindfulness training with chewing longer and looked at how it influenced weight loss as well as emotional eating and cravings and intuitive eating. And what they did is they had participants come into the lab and do training sessions on chewing their food for a really long time until the food was completely liquefied. And they also had them really pay attention to their food, so do mindfulness exercise while eating where they really tuned into the sensory experience of eating. And they also had them do a few general mindfulness exercises as well. And this was a randomized controlled trial with...
It's very important to chew your food properly because when you chew your food properly, it allows the food to be broken down in micro pieces. So this way it is easily swallowed, and it also allows the nutrients from the food to be broken down and absorbed properly. Also, if you don't chew your food properly, it causes risk of choking, aspiration, and malnutrition. Something to think about.
Something to think about.
What happens if you never chew food properly? Forcing it to work harder, digestion slows, causing bloating, gas, and discomfort. Your body struggles to absorb nutrients, even from healthy meals. Blood sugar may rise faster, making you feel hungry again soon. Over time, poor chewing stresses your gut and teeth. Chewing well helps digestion start in the mouth, making food easier to process and energy more steady. What happens?
Get ready for the next battle.
Kazuya.
RubberGame.net, and I wanted to talk to you about why you should not be
Humble
treated
fans.
like a dog. Now, if you are a dog owner, you know that if you give your dog, let's say, a piece of raw steak, if they chew the food, you chew that piece of steak. No, not at all. It's one bite, and down the middle it goes. And most people, they chew like a dog. They maybe chew maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 times, and then down the gullet it goes. Now, chewing your food is critical for optimal digestion. So if you suffer from, let's say, gas, you've got distension of the abdominal wall, you got a button at the top, button on your pants, if you eat a meal and your belly's sticking out, if you belch, if you have any of those digestive issues, then you probably will improve your digestion, improve those symptoms simply by chewing your food. Now, the reason why it's so important is because you're creating a more surface area where digestive enzymes can actually break down food, and HCl can actually surround that piece of food particle and break it down. A great analogy that I've heard given by Dr. Hannah gave me was this analogy of a pile of, say, ice chips and one block of ice. You put them in the hot sun, what's going to melt first? Well, obviously, the pile of ice chips are going to melt first. It's the same thing. If you break down your food more, you're going to expose the food to digestive enzymes, to HCl, which is going to break down your food further. So that's what gives you the small test. If you can drink more, your energy will probably go up. You're not going to get that gas, bloating, belching that you're getting. So that's where it's going to really help your digestion. Now, some other things that people don't know about chewing, and the process of chewing, and what it does for you and your health, is that one, that it increases salivary production. So saliva, you might ask yourself, why do I want more saliva production? Well, number one, saliva is actually one of the main means of actually antibacterial. I grew up as a kid, my mom always used to tell me, well, if you get a cut, in Korean it's cheap, with your cheek on your cut, cut as a cut, well, that's gross. But in fact, saliva actually has an antibacterial effect. Now that's important because in your mouth, if you go to, let's say, a holistic dentist, they'll actually scrape the inside of your teeth or your gums around your mouth, and they'll put on a slide and they'll show you that you have bacteria running all over your mouth. Now saliva is actually antibacterial. So what ends up happening is bacteria actually like to use, for example, the sucrose sugar as energy. So the bonds break, glucose or glucose that bond breaks, bacteria feed on that energy.
Uh-oh, video.
And eventually cavities. Well, saliva actually is antibacterial. So right then and there, it's actually preventative from dental caries, dental cavities. So right then and there, not only do you get a benefit of increased digestion, but you get a protective effect in your teeth. Now the other thing that's quite interesting about chewing, they did a study in Japan. They talked about, and I talked about when they actually researched the effects of slow chewing versus fast chewing, and they found a significant difference with fast chewing. With fast chewing, they found that you get an increased release of cortisol. Now, for those of you that do not know, cortisol is one of our stress hormones. It's the stress hormone that helps us handle stress. Bad eating, stress for our parents, our kids, any type of stress. Now we know in society today we've got too much stress going on. But when you don't chew your food well, you chew too fast, you actually increase cortisol production. So you're adding more stress into your stress level, and the blood starts flowing and get the symptoms. So chewing your food slowly is actually a means of actually lowering your cortisol production as you're eating. Now, things that you want to take away from this action steps is one, when you're eating a meal, you've got to give yourself enough time. These boys on clients, give yourself enough time. You've actually got to schedule time to sit down at a table and eat your food versus sitting at a desk and working through lunch and answering emails or being on the phone and doing other things. And because you're actually spending that energy for something else versus giving that energy to digestion. So that's one, give yourself, spend yourself time. Now two is don't use your eyes a lot when you're eating, because what ends up happening is your eyes require lots of energy when you're reading a newspaper, whether it's a book or whatever it is. And so what's happening, the energy that should be actually in your stomach digesting breaking your food, you're diverting to your eyes. So you want to make sure you do those two things. One, give yourself time to actually eat food, and two, eat in peace. So enjoy your food, be in a relaxed environment where you can actually digest your food. So remember, when you're sitting down for a meal, don't eat like your dog. Chew your food well, and you'll be able to way to better digestion and number teeth, and actually something you can control your stress levels.
Thank you.
Get ready for the next battle.
The more the food stays in your mouth, the better your digestive process is. Now that you asked the yogic thing, in yoga, in some systems of yoga, I don't know what things, but I want people to decide by the texture of the food, how much you do this. But there are some systems of yoga, if you don't know how to chew, They say every mouthful you must chew 24 times. That is 24 times. You must do this. If you do that, at least 30 to 40% of the digestion will happen in your mouth itself. Already it's been prepared. Now food is primed well in your mouth. When it goes inside, that is what the stomach is expecting, half-digested food, so that the rest of it can be done quickly. The more the food stays in your mouth, the better your digestive process is. Now that you asked the yogic thing, in yoga, in some systems of yoga, I don't go by these things, but I want people to decide by the texture of the food, how much you do this. But there are some systems of yoga, if you don't know how to chew, they say every mouthful you must chew 24 times. That is 24 times. You must do this. If you do that, at least 30 to 40% of the digestion will happen in your mouth itself. Already it's been prepared. Now food is primed well in your mouth. When it goes inside, that is what the stomach is expecting, half-digested food, so that the rest of it can be done quickly. The more the food stays in your mouth, the better your digestive process is. Now that you asked the yogic thing, in yoga, in some systems of yoga, I don't go by these things, but I
gotta pee. Be right back.
People to decide by the texture of the food, how much you do this. But there are some systems of yoga, if you in some systems of yoga, I don't go by these things, but I want people.
I'm going to tell you something that you may not know about our next speaker. Did you know when he was still in school, he was a star NCC cadet, and he went to UK to train with the British Army, the Royal Navy, and the Royal Air Force. Did you know that he is a big believer in the production of animals? A few years ago, he ranked as the person of the year. We all know him as an actor, but very proud to know that he is also a writer and producer. So, ladies and gentlemen, bring down the
Very good afternoon. Thank you very much. When I first came in and I saw this setup, I was blown. I was talking to Dr. in the evening last night, and she was saying this forum should be as big as TED. With this sort of a preparation and the kind of speakers you are, I think you'll soon be as big, if not more prominent than TED in India. And so I wish you all the very best for this. I'm going to speak to you on my idea of wellness. I am not an authority on our history nor on the medical sciences that I've bravely ventured out to speak on today. But I can tell you what has been said today and it has worked for me. It has really changed the way my life has been proceeding when I was made aware of these facts. You know, being an actor, stardom was thrust upon me, and I was more than excited to be called a star and have people cheer after me. And what happens with most successes at an age when you didn't expect it is that complacency sets in. So after my first 7-8 years in the film industry, the kind of films that I was doing was mundane. I was getting into doing 3 films a year. More importantly, I was becoming fat, and even more importantly, deep inside I was getting young, mentally as well as physically. Mentally, because complacency is one of those stages when it starts completely. You start living in what I call the 30-second rule, which is you must be aware that when you're in stress and you get up in the morning every day, you're brushing your teeth, you're thinking about whether to have breakfast before you go to work or have breakfast at work. When you're actually having a shower, you're thinking, instead of concentrating on the shower, you're thinking, as soon as I get out of the shower, I have to wear these clothes and probably take this to the office. When you're driving the car, living another 30 seconds there and saying, as soon as I reach the office, this is the first call I have to make. Now what happens is, you are never actually in the moment that you're doing a particular activity. How many of you have really enjoyed a shower recently? Not had a shower. Enjoyed a shower. When I say enjoyed a shower, it's actually looking at every part of your body that you're cleaning and then seeing how it feels. Being there in that one, and that is what meditation is all about, is being in the moment. This 30-second rule I realized was what is happening in my life. I was thinking about what I'm going to do after the shot while doing the shot. I was thinking about what I'm going to do after the backup as well when I'm in the shoot. And as a result, I was never actually present completely in what I was doing, and that was never the best formula to excel. So when this complacency set in and I became unhealthy, I decided to go and meet a doctor. Like all of us do today, we want to do all those search in the internet before we got figured out. We want to see more about it. You put us in there, it's diagnosis operations. I have a neighbor whose name is Dr. Manoj. He tells me a story about how this patient came to him after doing all the research, sitting in the ghetto in Bombay. He came and said, "Doctor, my wife is unwell. Something wrong with her stomach and complications." Doctor said, "Yeah, doctor said, let me examine the patient first. Oh, why did he bring her to me? I'm mistaken now, and the doctor said, very odd." He said, "Any stomach? See what is it?" And sure enough, doctor got that she didn't have appendix, infected appendix. She did have appendix surgery, and she was killed. Also looked at again exactly what doctor, I'm taking my wife. She's got appendix again. This is getting out. So, I'm getting a little upset. I said, "Yeah, let me call you that. Just wait. Yeah, your wife with the complaint." He said, "No, I'm telling you, same thing. Just take out the appendix and be fine." One appendix. He's not even taken out. And he's yelling at a woman. Sure. I understand. Everyone won't be there with one appendix. A man can have a wife stuff. Japanese made the habit of reaching 100 now, and everybody lives on what I call bonus time now. The problem is mentally we cannot prepare for the next 40, 50 years of my extended life. And what happens is many people think that retirement is a diamond for life, or when someone's in an unhealthy situation, they think that they're giving up. And the worst curse that my mother had to me. But today, being youngsters, being successors of people who are very high, because of this, they must be considered incredible. Because there is element in the society that you live in, a family that's in the environment, you say about man and environment, etc. And everybody's life is to stay relevant, so of their age. And how do you do that? How do you do that the next 10 years of your life? And I was very curious about it. I see my parents, I see my relatives. That's like mine, I'm happy. You only when I did it. But you were still alive mentally. And it was you see them almost controlling their lives because mentally they were very sedated. That's when I research I think they were supposed to be implemented by the Darwin theory, the descendants of apes, right? The difference between an Indian I mean, the severity is about 98.6%. That's how similar the Indian elephant is compared to the difference of one white you know what's the difference of the similarity between human being and chimpanzee? Anybody? DNA wise? 99.2%. Which means we're almost at the difference. Which means our DNAs are very much similar. There is something that happened in between which as human beings and then the primates and then most of the body very recently, almost 50 years ago, that humans were serious of the chimpanzees. Till they found out that the chimpanzees are living on the chimpanzees like a human-like society, you know, they have fields, they have conniving, they have wars between the two and bats that we human beings share in our world today, which is very evident from the news. And then they discovered a new subspecies of the chimpanzees, which was called the bonobos.
Camera.
Anybody heard about the bonobos? Anybody? I'm getting a biology class now. But it is true. What I tell you is true. In South America, there was another breed of chimpanzees called the bonobos. Very similar to the human chimpanzees. Only difference is their social build-up was extremely different. The chimpanzees were a patriarchal society. The bonobos were a matriarchal society. They were extremely peace-loving. There would hardly be wars within the communities. Everything was well shared and equally distributed amongst each and every member of the society. Sex was used to compensate for violence or any sorts of displeasure. I mean, they had lesbianism, homosexuality, they infected all kinds of...
茶番は終わりだ。Round 1.
Get ready for the next battle.
Tomorrow morning, would you like to have dinner? I said, yes, they give you some fish dinner after the vegetarian, they give you the food. The next morning, I went to get the doctor. He said,
get ready for the next battle.
Congratulations then. Hear from us what we learned. Listen, congratulations. She started explaining what happened the next day. It used to be the first of all was. I said, the first thing I said about me, what can I have for breakfast? He said, the next 3 years, we'll be having what he showed me was 4 slices of slightly hard bread. And like a little bit of urine in it, but it was actually vegetable broth, according to him. I said, what is this? Is the appetizer? He said, no, that is your breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the next 3 days. I said, only that?
Get ready for the next battle.
I go back to India. This is too radical. This is
全の死をくれてやる。 for the next battle.
So I said, explain to me, I'm not as old as what you're trying to be. And he said, the body, when you chew it enough, when you start drinking your food, when you chew it enough, the brain takes all the signals from your saliva.
Get ready for the next battle.
Your saliva sends the signal to your brain saying, this gentleman is eating certain things. So prepare your guts.
Round one. Fight. Round one. Fight. 救いなど不要。どこにでも消えるがいい。Get ready for the next battle.
The brain is telling you that it's right. It's perfect. You don't have to lie. Saying who you are. Just let it fine. And you're like, and regardless of something you used to. He says, if we have all this, and be assured that any substance that I give will make your brain more positive and more efficient. And those 10 days that I lived with them, I made sure that I ate I made sure that I chewed my food. That's why I drank my food. I made sure I did everything that he had said. I came out of that, I couldn't even
it's not chewing. So if you're chewing for so long, it means that you're eating a lot more food, which eventually give the body the cue to feel full, drained. Other thing that happens that might cause function is it's the greatest power for that because enough digesting is easy to absorb. And I got the benefits the reason being is because it's actually digested well in the saliva and then digested in the stomach. For me, probably that's the one that I started enjoying much. I always was just
Get ready for the next battle.
I always loved it, but after I tried this, I just
Stretching out my body.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Get ready for the next battle.